Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Session 7. Last we left off, our group of adventurers had made their way from Red Hawk Keep, the outskirts of which, to going through the safer route to get across the mountains to the Surefall Glades. But on the way, stopped in a sort of small town called Tri-Point. Now, this is more of a farming town, and in the grand scheme of things, is more of a kind of ranching and animal raising and that sort of thing. And as a result, however, they've been bombarded by the the pesky nature of some wild flying creatures that some are calling griffins in the mountains nearby. These griffins will swoop down and catch the unsuspecting ranch animals and take them away to their nests. And so a job posting had been provided on the job board of Tri-Point for the removal of one or more of these pesky creatures, with the reward being 100 gold for the first and 50 gold for each subsequent animal that they remove from this area. And it seems that this wealthy benefactor is something of a new thing here in Tri-Point, as no one in the town really has the kind of money that this benefactor is offering. And so, and with news that less than adequately prepared adventurers seeking this same job, it's a dangerous proposition, to be sure. And thus, our adventurers prepared, collecting their supplies, collecting their necessities, and among other things, getting kind of the scope of what it is that's transpiring in this town. And today, a new day, they are prepared to go up the mountains to these ruins dedicated, an old city dedicated to the Soul Forger, Moradin, the creator of the spark, or so many in the area would have you believe, as primarily in the country of Argel, the Soul Forger is really the only deity worshipped. And so everyone wakes, the having rested in a tavern, having breakfasts or their daily rituals or numerous other things going on before setting off. So is there anything specific that you all are doing before you head off up the mountains?
I thought we were already in the mountains
Were you?
because
Yeah, we
Kinwin
were.
had gotten lost.
Oh,
Yes.
right. You had gotten lost on the trail. That's right. You've barely made any progress, so you're almost essentially still in the town. But that was a little detail I had forgotten. But you're on. You're out in the wilds, having rested, having everything prepared. So, what do you continue to do?
Rather than getting lost again, I think it would be ideal if we understood the path from which we're taking. Are there many trees around us?
It's actually fairly dense in the way of spruce and pine trees.
Mm. Are there very tall trees?
They're pretty tall, actually. Yes, a lot of them are pretty tall. It's when you start getting up towards the snowy peaks that the trees start to thin.
All right. Rune is going to look at the more dexterous folk within the party. How about we determine a path from which we can travel instead? We can use one of these trees to get a vantage point. To help one of you get down, I have a spell, Featherfall. You will simply gently float down rather than having to jump or fall away. Is there anyone who'd be willing to get a vantage?
Normally I would, but I
Spell two.
cannot climb it.
Well, I'd be willing to give it a shot.
Oh,
Appreciate it, Vaughn.
Darius, you're muted.
I don't mind as well.
So out of the ranger, our lovely Vanya, and Darius, our nimble and swashbuckling rogue, the do you both want to go up the tree, or do you want to?
Sure.
Rune
Sure.
only wants to use Featherfall on one person. So,
Okay,
You
let's
can
put
use
it
it on
this way.
Vanya. Be fine.
What was that?
You can use it on Vanya. I'll be fine.
Okay, that works.
I cast. How long does Featherfall?
Featherfall is more of a reaction spell, so if they begin to fall, you can cast it as a reaction in order for them to fall gently.
And
That's
within 60 feet.
Yep.
So,
And they're tall. They're not at the highest point. Some of them are get down. Get down.
cat troubles.
Oh,
But I want to climb.
you want to climb.
Animals are up to it tonight. I don't know if you heard, but dumbass over here.
What? No, that was Zephyr, obviously.
Obviously.
Yes, yes, obviously.
Obviously Zephyr. But
Go lay down.
but yeah, the climb is going to be an athletics check because this is your own strength trying to pull yourself up. So
Okay.
Rune will prepare Featherfall just in case anyone happens to actually fall.
yep.
Help with that with guidance.
Okay. Who are you putting guidance on?
Who is climbing again?
Darius and Vanya.
Both are Darius and Vanya.
Yeah.
So you can put guidance on one because it is a concentration spell. And for up to a minute, so.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Then both of you make a strength check. Or athletics check.
Go up to her, wave my wand, and
16.
say Arwinia.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to me. It cut out. I wasn't sure.
No, it was
Who
going
was
to
the guy?
Vanya.
Anya? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't.
You're on your own, Darius.
Like normal.
I got 16.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
God
Or
damn.
23.
Nice.
Add a d4, Vanya.
Oh boy. 1.
So that's 17 total. Okay.
Yep.
So you climb fairly well because this isn't something new to you. This is old hash. You've been kind of hunting pesky monsters and creatures and animals pretty much off and on for the last few years, and have become more and more familiar with how to climb a tree. But it seems that Darius is climbing another tree and kind of nimbly throwing his own weight into it, where he's kind of using his own momentum to continue to climb without any real stop. Even when the branches get a little sparse and a little far apart, he's
Man's
he makes
been
it.
bouldering for years.
He makes use of his very very agile and lithe form to to kind of swing through the branches. You get the sense that perhaps he's done a lot of this in his spare time when it comes to jumping on ropes between sails, because what else are you going to do at sea?
This reminds me I need to get better at it.
A little bit of that
Errol like.
very competitive streak coming from Vanya, it seems. But you both kind of climb the distance to where you believe it to be safe. Vanya probably having a little bit of a better idea of what is safe as far as how far to climb up a tree than Darius is. So Darius, I'm gonna need you to make me a dexterity check just to get an idea of how stable you are.
21.
Okay. You could you're fairly confident that if you stay in the thicker branches that you're going to be fine. But as they start to get thinner towards the top, you start to question, okay, I probably should stop about here. And I would like both of you to make a perception check at advantage.
Oh boy. Let's see here. 7.
Oh no, a 7 on advantage. Oh honey.
No, it gets worse. The other one was a nat 1.
Oh,
Mine were both 18s.
beautiful.
I like
My dice
ice
like me today.
tonight.
Beautiful. So both of you start peering out into the forest. You see that it's fairly thick, and perhaps Vanya, this particular point of the tree was just kind of the worst place to stop, but it starts getting a little dangerous towards the top of this tree. So upon looking out, you don't get much of a vantage points above the trees. You are barely seeing through the canopies, and they're somewhat dense canopies to be sure. But Darius, you have a bit of a view over the top, and you see the mountains ahead of you towards the horizon. That they're big, sprawling, snow-peaked, and you can see that the canyon that you're looking for is kind of this big dip in the middle of the mountains on the horizon, and you know to go in that general direction, and you know that during some of the trek in this canyon, it is going to be fairly narrow with very high walls. So going towards the center is kind of a good directional point as far as what you're seeing. You know that you can't really see the mountains through much of the trees, but you know to be generally heading in that direction. And if you keep that direction in mind, then you'll be well on your way to the peaks. And you could beeline it, but it would be really rough terrain, or you can follow the trails. And you were eventually able to find the trail back during the night last night. So you now have kind of a mental direction that you can kind of guide the rest on. and Vanya will be able to get through the terrain without any issue. Help the party get through the terrain without any issue. So you now have a kind of, not really a compass point, but a point of notice that, if you climb back up again, you'll know whether you're on the right track or not. So you have an idea of where you're going now. So now it's for the climb down. I would like both of you to make an athletics check once more.
Hang on. Is Rune ready to cast Featherfall?
He absolutely is.
I'm just gonna jump.
She's just like, fuck it.
Oh my.
Just
A leap of faith.
Spread eagles and, like, Assassin's Creed style is how I imagine it. All right.
Yep. You hear an eagle
once-
cawing in the distance.
Once she's within the 60-foot range, it basically just activates immediately.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Vanya gently floats down with a golden light kind of like billowing off of her.
Mm-hmm. Vanya having taken the leap of faith.
Dirty 20.
30-20.
Yep.
And you're able to get down, with relative ease. It's a little harder going down than it is going up, because you're kind of having to trust yourself not to fall, but you're able to get down fairly quickly and without much issue. It's still relatively early in the morning, and so having gotten your vantage point, you can now feel confident in the direction that you would like to go. Especially Darius, because he has seen the passageway.
I have seen the light.
Zah.
Yeah, I relay like that direction to our party leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Head off.
And Lagon's just kind of, Lagon and Shay are just kind of nodding.
Very well. Now that we have a path we can set upon, let's not waste any more time.
No, I agree.
Darius, Vanya. My thanks.
No, thank you.
And as soon as he has a direction to go, he just starts marching.
The bit of clang that comes from this metal creature.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you continue onward through your path. And so, I'm going to allow for someone to do an survival at advantage, because Darius will be assisting. So, who wants to take on that role?
Failing so far, but I still have a +4 to it.
Well,
who all is actually trained in survival?
I mean, I've got a +3, but I'm not proficient, so if need
Wait,
be, I'll take it.
Proficient, what's that mean?
that's where you have it marked as one of your proficiencies. As you get your proficiency bonus added to your modifier. So if you're, for instance, like Vanya, wisdom 3, but don't have proficiency, otherwise it would be a 5.
Okay, so
That's
then I
kind
have
of what
+6.
really sucks about that perception roll is I'm proficient in perception.
So you are proficient in survival,
No.
Kinwin?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you can make that roll at advantage, because Darius will be helping you.
15 plus 6, 21.
21. Very nice. You're able to make really good time, actually, thanks to the kind of direction, the kind of with Darius kind of making sure that you're following the right paths, that you're following the right roads, because there is a well traveled path that goes from the road that exits out of Tri Point up the mountains. It's just it's barely wide enough to fit one cart into it, and so it's well worn, but it's not very wide. It even starts to narrow in some points when the terrain starts to get a little bit more rocky, and you can hazard a guess that some carts even at some points during this trail go on three wheels, you know, hoping to whatever deity they know that they don't fall, because it does tend to narrow in some places. But as you're continuing to trek up the mountains, the path becomes a little less worn and less worn. It's it progressively moves towards this canyon, as this particular part of the canyon is less traveled than the main road getting across the mountains, and so there's some travel to these ruins, but there's not enough to create a solid path. But you're able to direct the travel of your companions through this somewhat harsher path. The trees are somewhat denser, the roots are a little bit thicker. The ability, you would guess, to use a cart going through this area becomes more and more hazardous. It's rockier. It's starting to become more difficult to travel on foot. But you would know that traveling on a cart or on a beast of burden would be even more difficult as you're continuing to climb. And so you kind of make your way through this bit here where you start to see that the trees are starting to thin. A clearing is starting to form in front of you, and the mountain walls are starting to grow taller and taller as you continue to walk. And you're well on your way to getting closer to this space, this very narrow chasm that kind of carves into the mountains. And you can hear in the distance that there is the screeching of creatures, which may indicate that you're getting closer.
Are we able to identify the sounds that we're hearing?
It's very similar to the sounds that you heard back at the Seamead Canal Island, where it's that very high-pitched screech. You haven't seen these creatures, but you have definitely heard this sound before, and it sounds very familiar.
Very well.
But the job posting that you saw did say that these creatures were almost as if the combination of a almost big cat, like some of you may be familiar with cougars or lions or something of that sort, or jaguars, and with the wings, talons, and beaks of eagles or other birds of prey. That's what the drawing on the job posting would have indicated.
Let us be wary of our approach. For those of us that are capable of it, stay hidden. Perhaps we can gain an advantage when we face an altercation with these creatures. That's Rune saying that to the party. If anyone has any. It's just like crickets.
Darius just blends into the background of trying to sneak forward. I was gonna say, I mean, the closer we get, yeah, I want to try and be stealthy about it.
Okay.
Yep.
So moving at a stealth pace when it comes to continued travel.
Sounds good.
Yes.
Because you are getting closer.
I know Rune isn't necessarily stealthy, but here's another question, Coffee.
Sure.
Did we ever encounter any of the remains yet regarding the previous adventuring parties that went up to slay these creatures?
As you're continuing to get closer, you're definitely seeing that. You're definitely seeing some in the way of remains. You're seeing more bones than any other kinds of remains, really, because clothing and armor and the occasional tool or vest or things may have already been scavenged or have deteriorated already, and so
that includes weapons.
Like the spear Lagon.
Like the spear Lagon
looking
wanted.
for.
Well, I will allow a perception check as you're continuing to walk.
I will go ahead. Have to look like where is it? Okay, so 11 plus 4, so 15.
Okay, so you're keeping an eye out as you're looking. What you see the most of actually is that you're seeing some makeshift graves have also started to be erected too. That there's maybe some memorial markers or things of that sort that have that you've passed by that indicate that that the place in which others have been taken and never heard from again, they've, with no body to recover, they have erected graves in memory of those who got taken. And so you're seeing predominantly the symbols of Moradin, the Soul Forger, which comes in a variety of shapes. There's the forge and hammer. There's a sort of statue of a man with a long beard and a hammer in his hand. Some even depict him as actually forging something.
Okay. My question: these graves to Moradin, are they recent, or do they seem more old and attributed to the runes themselves?
A combination, actually. So some of the ones that you have passed by already have been newer, but these as you continue to head towards the gorge are more old. They're a little bit more overgrown. They have pieces that have fallen off of them. They're made of stone and or wood, and so have in some cases dilapidated. But some of the newer ones are of a woman in scythe.
Do I know what that depiction is?
That would be a religion check by those who want to make it.
Ooh. Who also has proficiency in religion?
I do.
You do? Okay. Rune is going to point out the grave to Kinwin, with the woman in the scythe.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to discuss what the symbology is with him, because I want assistance.
Okay. Okay. There's a woman in scythe, and there's also the statue of a kind of cloaked man with a shepherd's crook. And
Okay,
so you have see both.
I would like to know about both.
Okay. Then do so at advantage.
Right. First roll was a 9. I'm glad that I have advantage in this process. Okay. Second roll was a 16 plus my 3 in religion.
So 19.
19.
In discussing with Kinwin and Lagon a little bit too, in doing a bit of discussion, they seem more dedicated to a possible like new set of angels in the pantheon. It's relatively new that they be dedicated to the Reaper and the Shepherd, angels of death.
Okay.
And that is what they are simply called. Others call the Reaper the Raven Queen, as she's typically depicted in all black when it comes to any color depictions of her.
All right. What was the tool that the man had again?
A shepherd's crook. Kind of similar in shape to Kinwin's staff, actually.
Fascinating.
But those are the newer graves, as they are new.
Okay, yeah.
Some of the depictions of the Raven Queen have her with a very porcelain, faceless mask. Very featureless.
Interesting. Seems that the Moradin is not the only caricature within the pantheons around here. Not the sole worship, despite commonality. That begs to question, from where do these people come from? And of these graves, he kind of like, if there's any like headstones or anything like that, he just takes his finger and unscuffs any of the markings on it, more or less trying to find names or etc. See if he can understand if they're who this other party was, who the other parties were.
The people
just kind of like,
yeah, the people memorialized would have that there would be names on there, and you see that that on occasion, like there's a little bit of like like fresh compost, like offerings have been made to, but that's you know, it seems like these places haven't been visited in quite some time.
And upon recognizing that they're older, Rune will continue on. He doesn't make any point to commemorate or anything like that, but rather seem to be more analytical of like location or specific cultural markings and things like that. Jots down a few notes in his journal as he does, and moves on from there.
And the language that any of these memorials are made in is mostly Elvish, some Common, with a smattering of a couple of other languages as well, but mostly Mostly names, dates, that sort of thing.
Oh, I do know Elvish. Okay.
But yeah, that's mostly what you see there.
Okay. Cool. Does anyone else have anything?
Anya's just looking at the symbols in curiosity. That's just about it.
It's mostly a curious thing, because, like, you know that you've grown up in the Grioran Empire most of your life, and for most of your life, the outlaw of religion has been since Emperor Rythel and his father before him. And so you didn't really grow up in any kind of religious sense.
Oh, that reminded me. From my perception check, was I actually able to find a spear Gon wanted? I know he's like right there, but
Right. Um, the pieces that you have found are so badly damaged that they're not usable. At best, they're scrap material. At worst, they're not even worth that. So far.
also kind of searching for himself. Rune kind of mumbles to himself as he goes through a couple remains and peers through bushes and things like that. Appears that this encounter will have solely on my magical ability. A shame. And continues on.
Anyone else doing
Just
anything?
like to shove my staff in the ground for a little bit, tilt my head and say, "May the land take them," and then pull the staff back up.
Kind of saying a little blessing as you're passing the graves.
Yeah.
Okay. Very nice.
Would any of the iconography be familiar? Anything I would have seen growing up in the orphanage?
It reminds you of the ghost stories from the promontory in Oldport. Because ghost stories say that if you are caught doing something bad on the promontory, then the Reaper will take your head.
I was always bad. He never showed.
But Grandma would have warned you about that. Plenty of kids would have said the same thing. You may have heard some or seen a couple of things here and there as a kid, but you grew out of that pretty quick.
Yeah.
You don't believe in ghost stories much anymore. But that is the point of interest that you see making this trek towards the tightest points in the gorge. And as you continue to move forward, you're starting to see more and more in the way of bones, as you imagine that they're the discarded remains of meals, as they have talon marks and they have beak marks and they have a number of different markings on them, as if they have been bitten into and flesh ripped away from it. Little remnants of some of that left on some of the fresher ones.
If I notice Shay, like, starting to like notice them or get close to them, I'm gonna minor illusion like a bush over the top
Hmm.
to try and protect
Yeah.
her delicate sensibilities.
Bonnier would also just kind of like redirect her, like, yeah, no, let's go this way instead. I protect the most innocent one in the group.
One who's barely 18. But she's trekking along just along with y'all. Lagan is too. He's mostly quiet and kind of just taking in the atmosphere around you all and kind of just being as observant as he can be as he walks, and aiding in the end, assisting in making sure that that nothing catches you all off guard. And so you can continue to move forward, and the trees are thinning and thinning even more. It's starting to become more of like an open clearing, and the walls around this, the rock walls around this place are tall and kind of almost a bit of a like a slight rusty red in some places, where you can see some of the dirt and rock exposed before the snow kind of overtakes the peaks. And the closer you get, the tighter quarters it starts to become. And so you see that there's no riverbed here. However, this is completely dried up, it seems. Normally, gorges like this are formed by millennia of rivers traveling through a specific space, but you don't see a river here. Instead, it's simply a path. It is simply a clearing leading up to a gorge in the middle of the mountains.
From our position, are we able to see the griffins in the sky? We heard them before.
You still hear the occasional squawking. You do occasionally see flying creatures. They're far enough away that you can't make out the details. They are far enough away that maybe they're just birds. Maybe they are just birds of prey that you're hearing. Maybe this is kind of the starting indications, and you I would like everybody to make a perception check, actually.
Works.
Team.
9.
8.
16.
13.
Darius, you're the first one to catch it, and as you hear not just birds of prey, you do hear kind of a lower kind of growling noise.
Like, close? How close?
In the gorge, close. And you're probably somewhere around 400 feet from the entrance now.
I point that out, the growling with the screeching.
You
Not
can,
sure what-
from this distance, start to see some of the ruin of the inside. And a lot of it is kind of overgrown, but it looks like it's made of white material. A white stone, maybe?
Hmm. Before we continue, I have a question to the rest of you. There is a way inside the ruins themselves. Would any of you be interested in exploring them?
Like it could be fun.
Not opposed.
Love a good exploration.
Fine
I'm
with me.
Excellent. I'm largely interested in understanding the historical context of these ruins. But, provided the safety of the rest of you comes before anything else. So if anything happens, we'll turn back around.
I have something. You hear the Logon kind of speak up. I have something that might help us in this regard. And he's going to cast Aid, which is going to give some hit points as well as a boost to hit point maximum to, let's see, who did he indicate? It would be to Shay, Vanya, and Darius. And so each of you will have 5, your hit point maximum raised by 5, and you are at that cap for the next 8 hours.
Yeah.
So temporarily your hit point maximum is now 5 plus. Has an additional 5. So you can heal up to that maximum.
Definitely use that.
So he has made the cast of that and is still being as vigilant as he can be above now that the area is a little bit more of a clearing than it is guarded by trees and the canopies that would protect you all from being seen. You hear another one of these shrieking noises coming from the gorge. A little bit of you hear the shrieking of a second one, as if there's a scuffle going on inside.
As I stated before, for those of you that are able to get any degree of vantage, either in hiding or along the cliff edge of the gorge, then I would recommend it.
How about if I wild shape into a rat and then just go try to see if I can get close?
That is what you wish.
I just worry that
I'll wild shape into a rat and then try to see if I can find out what's happening where it sounds like there may be conflict.
Okay. As in your rat shape, I would like you to make a stealth check. And you do take the physical stats of a rat, so I'm not sure. Let me actually look up. Do you have the modifiers handy, or? Because I'm not seeing the stats for a rat.
Yeah, which stats are I'm looking for?
Just probably a rat, or let's see. Here it is. I found it. So your dexterity is a +0, and you don't have any special anything for stealth. So It's a dexterity check plus 0. And so you kind of scurriedly make your way towards the uh hang on. You can do challenge 0 monsters, right? Challenge 0 beasts. Because a rat is a CR 0 apparently.
Yeah, it says I can do
Up to, was it 1/4 or 1/2?
1/4.
1/4. Okay, so cat challenge 0 is fine. And so you hurriedly make your way towards the gorge as a rat. You're fairly slow because your speed is 20, and dashing is only a little bit faster than you would have as a person. But you hurriedly kind of move towards the gorge. Though when you do so, you're kind of becoming a little bit more aware of the fact that you're making a lot more noise than you probably ought to. So I'm going to make perception checks versus that stealth roll for a griffin. Let's see.
I wonder if his name is Peter.
As soon as you start getting towards the entrance, you hear the scuffling stop. And you hear the sniffing of creatures of the air. And when you look up, you see, compared to your shape now, massive beasts. They have the shape of a big cat, like you had been shown with the drawing. Their beaks and talons look massive and sharp, and you see that the fur along the body is somewhat spotted on them. That the wingspan is huge, and you see that both of these creatures, because you see a second one higher up in the canopy of the canopy of the rock now. Both of these creatures could look directly at you. And the one up top looks like it's about ready to come back down, and you see that the other one, the first one that's lower, does have a sort of beast of some kind in its claws. Some kind of animal. It's already started to be torn to shreds with the kind of sinew and viscera kind of stringing out of its mouth at this moment.
At this point, I think I'll just try to back away slowly and go in like a different direction than the party in case they follow me.
Did the party follow, or did they not?
I'm waiting for him. Rune would have thought that Kinwin's intent was to scout ahead, so he would have stayed behind.
Mm.
Yeah.
So you guys are a little way away.
I probably would have stealth forward.
Okay. Then I would like you to also make me a stealth check.
19.
Okay. You're pretty confident that you're not the one being spotted, that it was the rat that you're following that was being spotted.
No, pull my short bow, and if anything like starts swooping towards the rat, it's getting shot.
You see it. You see the one from farther above start jumping through rocks and start jumping through some of the some of the outcroppings to jump down into the depth of the gorge, and does look like it's going for Kinwin.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets, I'll say like if it gets within. I mean, as I'm assuming I'm less than 80 feet from Kinwin, even stealthing forward that little. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
would stealth close.
Yeah,
So yeah,
you would have
as
kept
soon
it proper
as it's
distance.
as soon as it's in range of my short bow, before it gets to Kinwin, I'm shooting it.
Now, within long range or within short range?
Short range, within the 80.
Within short range. Okay, then it looks like it's coming for you, Kinwin, and backing up doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. It's got its eyes on you, and it's looking for a prize. So, what are you doing?
Okay, I guess I messed up a little bit here. I'd like to use the bonus action to get away from the wild shape. So
The
back.
bonus action cancel your wild shape.
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you doing with your main action then? Are you doing anything with your main
wand
action?
and my staff in front of me and say, Kron Rizgal.
Alright, so you're casting a spell. What spell are you casting, my friend?
Bark skin. My AC is 16.
Bark skin. Alright. Oops. Alright. So, in which case, everyone else, including the two of you, make initiative rolls.
Funny.
3.
And
All right. Huh. 8.
22. Has the one gotten close enough for the short bow shot?
Yes, yes it is.
I don't think that's gonna hit. It's an
Okay.
8.
Give me 1 second as I'm setting all of this up here still. And the rest of you are kind of far away, so you'll have to come onto the scene here a little bit in a little bit.
How far away are we?
Probably about 150 feet.
Oh my god.
So it's gonna take a couple
Cool.
turns for you to get into range.
Yeah.
That's actually within range of a longbow for me.
Well, that's good. Longbows are great. And it is flying about 50 feet in the air at the moment.
Okay.
So, now that I have all of this kind of set up here, we are going to write down your initiatives. Where's my initiative order? Where's my book? I had my book. It's fine, I'll use the sketchbook.
I didn't think the rat was a threat.
What's that?
I don't think they'd see a rat as a threat to go after.
Not a threat. Food.
Yep. Snack time.
Yep,
When
there's
is a snack?
What is a snack?
Look,
Alright.
dessert.
Alright. On the initiative count, 25 to 20.
23. No, sorry, 22.
And Darkwolf?
20.
20. 15 to 20. Nobody had 15 to 20?
Oh.
Oh no.
We're in trouble.
Okay. $10 to 15. Oh, I missed. Did I miss? 15 to 20, 15, 10 to 15. Okay. And what was it, Kinwin?
10.
10? Okay. Uh, 5 to 10?
Yes. I have an 8.
8.
Oh!
See a pale dragon.
I see a pail. Hi, pail.
It's a pail.
And
No.
on the
Yes, sorry.
No.
Sorry, I am late.
no worries. No worries. See, I have Darius,
Here,
River,
let me-
Kinwin, Rune. Vanya, what's your score?
3.
3.
Just
Oh.
Don't like me today.
yeah, we're just rolling initiative. Oh, my camera is like between Shay and Lagan. I'm like 2 people. I can be in 2 places at once.
Yeah, go ahead and roll initiative when you're ready. Cause
Yes, my chaos. Enjoy.
love it, love to see it. Am I missing somebody? Darius, River,
initiative.
Kinwin, Rune, Vanya,
Initiative.
and then I need Lagan. What is his dexterity?
That's too loud. Ooh.
Okay, so okay, Lagan's gonna go before them. Okay,
I got a 20 for initiative.
20. Okay, who has higher dexterity, River or Shay?
I have a 16, so I have a +3.
+3 on both.
I have a 17.
Oh, okay. Then it'll go River, Shay. Okay. Cool. So we have an initiative order. Alright, so first up is Darius. What are you doing?
Bonus action hide.
Well, you are right here, so you can move to this rock over here and hide. So if that's what you would like to do,
Yeah.
bonus action hide and
That's a 23 stealth.
23 stealth. Okay.
And then he's gonna get
Okay.
a short bow.
All right. Roll to hit.
18.
18 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage with sneak attack.
Of course. 9 points of damage.
Okay. Cool beans. Are you doing anything else?
That be it.
All right. River, are you moving and dashing?
I'm moving 120 feet.
120? Oh my goodness.
Yep.
How do you
Feline
do that?
agility. He just.
Just fucking books it. Okay.
I am speed.
You are speed. You are speed.
So, yep, he goes. So using his dash and his feline agility, he moves up 120 feet to start getting into the thick of it.
Okay, you're not quite in the thick of it yet, but you were the closest.
No, he's doing that on 2 feet or 4.
He can do it on 3, but he can't be 4.
Oh yeah, I forgot. My bad.
But yes, you all see that as soon as things start to get a little bit dicey from the distance that you all are at, you're about 150 feet away from Kinwin and from Darius. The River is able to close that distance even faster than most of y'all, so you see that River just mad dashes towards the entrance of the gorge. Shay, you're up next.
Alrighty. Not entirely sure what is happening, but I will follow right behind River. I will use my cunning action to dash as a bonus action.
Okay.
So I'll move
Triple
60
speed?
feet in total. How close does that get me to whatever trouble is abound?
That will you can move, you can dash as your action, and you can dash as a bonus action with your cunning action too. So you can move 90 total if you'd like.
So first I'm just gonna move 60.
First you're gonna move 60. Okay.
Yep, so I'll use my bonus action to dash and then my regular movement to move a total of 60.
Okay.
And then so there's sorry for coming in late. So
No,
is
you're fine.
there an enemy in sight?
Yes, you're about 90 feet away from Darius and Kinwin, and an additional 50 feet, so you're about 150 feet away from a griffin that has come to try and swoop down on Kinwin.
Okay. So I will go ahead and use my action to dash another
Dash as
30
well. Okay.
to move up while I draw my short bow.
Cool. Perfect. Next up is my griffin boy. He can fly up to 80 feet. So he is going to go from his flying position down to Kinwin. And he can make 2 attacks. Uh, 18 plus 18 plus 6 is 24 to hit. So
Yep.
he gets damage on you, which is a D8 on the beak. Where's my D8? There it is. That is going to be 6 points of piercing damage. It kind of wraps its very sharp, and it's painful. Its very sharp beak just kind of clenches on your arm, Kinwin, and just kind of bites down and pierces into your skin, kind of giving you a pretty bad wound, and it's going in for a claw attack. That is going to be a 18 to hit. Does that hit as well?
Yes.
And you're factoring in your bark skin bonus, because you did do that before that.
Yeah, that put it up to 16, my armor class.
Okay. That is going to be 9 points of slashing damage. And it is fairly satisfied with the fact that it is starting to rip you to pieces. Lagon is going to move and dash. That's really all he can do. And that is going to be his turn. Kinwin, your turn. What you doing, Kinwin? Kinwin?
I would like to use a bonus action to cast Healing Word on myself.
Healing
Second
word.
level.
Okay. Healing word at second level. Okay, go ahead and roll for it. Do you get 5 hit points?
6 total.
6 total. Okay. That leaves you with your action left because that is a bonus
Well,
action spell.
7 total.
Because that's a 2d4 plus your wisdom.
2d4 plus 2. I rolled a 4 and a 1 for
Okay.
5 and a plus 2, so.
Okay, perfect. Then that leaves you with your action and your movement since it doesn't really have you grappled or anything. What would you like to do?
And I hit it with my club and then move off without getting like an attack of opportunity.
You can move, but it will get an attack of opportunity on you if you don't disengage. And you can only disengage as an action.
Okay, then I'll disengage and move back.
Okay, move back your 30 feet. Okay. We'll put you back around here because that's about where you would be. You'd be off the map actually. But you can move your whole 30 feet backwards if you'd like. Kind of running away. All right, so that does it for Kinwin's turn. Rune, what are you doing?
All right. So, how do we feel about as a group doing just a little bit of tactic planning here? Because otherwise, I'm already seeing that we're gonna get our asses handed to us in this encounter.
I mean, I have a plan.
Have faith. Have faith.
I have faith, but I also like to win without anyone going down.
Oh, that's no fun.
That would be ideal.
But this is also kind of like Rune's thinking as well. What can I do to strategically succeed this encounter?
I mean, the people you'd still be able to like scream things at people. So I'm going to allow that if you're willing to spend your action on it. Regardless of how long it takes out of character, it'll be your action.
All right. I guess one thing that Rune does want to do is that he wants to spend 30 feet of movement to see if he can move up.
Okay. So he will move.
Yep, that's a movement. The next thing is I do want to be within range to, at some point, to cast Sanctuary on someone so that they have the opportunity at some point to be able to be protected from one of these attacks, but that's going to have to come back later.
What's the distance on Sanctuary? 60 feet?
No, it's like 30 feet.
30? Okay.
Yeah. So that's going to come later. For now, I think after 30 feet of movement, I am in range for Firebolt.
Yes, because it has a 120 range.
Yes. So we're going to do that.
Okay. Make a Firebolt attack roll.
Whee! Plonk. Oh. How pleasant. Alright, so let's see. That is 16 plus 5 is like 21.
Yep, you hit.
Yeah, alright.
Roll me Firebolt damage.
believe it was a 1d10.
Nope, it's a D8. The only D10 is Eldritch Blast.
Make a ranged spell attack. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 fire damage. Roll 20.
Is that the...
Let me send it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Group chat.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Firebolt is a D10.
Mm-hmm.
Oops.
Don't you tell me what I already know. Can I roll my d10?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Alright, so that would be 7. And I'm going to choose the one ribbon that I can see at the beginning of the gorge.
Okay, it'll take 7 points of damage. Alright.
And I don't think I have anything I can do for a
Bonus action.
bonus action. I'm pretty sure.
It's pretty typical
yeah.
in most classes, really.
Yeah, I think I'm good to go.
Okay. Vanya.
Is this thing still within 150 feet or more of me?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to take a shot at it with the longbow.
Okay, taking a shot. Go ahead and make me an attack roll.
22.
Ooh, that'll hit.
And that 22.
Ooh, that's a crit then. Yeah, roll 2d8 plus your dexterity.
The modifier? Or...
Yeah, your dexterity
dex
modifier is your attack
I know I have
bonus.
a modifier. Don't have to worry about that.
So it's 2d8.
First one is a 8.
Ooh, chonky.
And the second is a 7.
Ooh, so that's 15 points of damage. Nice. On a crit.
Ooh.
Alright. Back up to the top. Round 2. Darius, what are you doing?
I am going to... can I move, like, to the other end of that bush?
To where?
Like,
Which?
hiding behind the bush, the green, to my left.
Like right here?
A little further. I'm hiding again.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your stealth check.
26.
Alright. You feel pretty confident about that. Go ahead and make your attack roll if you're gonna.
An 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
And plus 3 is 13 points of damage.
Whew. And that was with sneak attack?
Yes.
Okay. It's looking pretty dang hurt.
That's all I got.
Alright. River.
Alright, how far am I away?
So you moved 120. You're about 30 feet from Kinwin.
Is Kinwin next to the griffin or no?
No, he backed away.
Okay.
So you're probably more like 15, 20 feet away from Kinwin.
Alright, I'm gonna move up 30 feet.
Move up 30 feet, which puts you about right here. So now we have River on the board here.
And I am going to cast Ice Knife.
Ice Knife, ooh.
And make a ranged spell.
Range spell attack roll, yep.
It's a 4, 11.
Barely misses. It just barely grazes like the tip of its wing.
Well, hit or miss, the shard explodes. It needs to make a dex save.
Dex save. Versus your spell DC, that'll be a 16.
Okay. It saved.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. Shay.
All right. So is it within 80 feet of me, the griffin?
If you make one more movement, yes, it will be.
All right. Well, I will go ahead. So that means it is at least within 320 feet of me. I will go ahead and use my bonus action to steady aim, which will give me advantage, which will cancel out the disadvantage that my short bow has since it's outside of 80 feet.
Nice.
To just roll a normal short bow attack.
Okay, so you're not moving just yet? Okay, short bow
Nope,
attack.
not just yet. Just a short bow attack.
Short bow attack, regular range. Go for it.
Yes, so that is going to be dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Five, 6, 8 piercing. And that will be my turn, because I cannot move.
Alright.
With steady aim.
Alright. It's the Griffin's turn. It is looking rough, so it is actually going to think better of itself, and it is actually going to start to fly away again.
Get that catbird! Get it out of the sky!
So it is.
Used up my second level slots. I can't cast Earthbind.
All right. The other one that had been feasting, it seems, is kind of settled in about 150 feet up from the entrance thereabouts. So it's off pretty high up in the crevices of the rock wall. It's content with staying there. Next up is Lagon, which is he's going to move and dash again, which brings him right up next to Shay. And just as a note, Shay, you have your maximum hit points, and your current hit point total is raised by 5 from aid.
Okay, so 5 temp hit points.
Not temp. Your maximum hit points right now is 5 additional. Temp hit points go away after used, so you can be healed up to that much.
Whoever did that, thank you very much.
That would have been
Shay
Lagon.
very appreciative. Shay is never unappreciative to any help.
Perfect. All right, Kinwin, what you doing?
This is the closest griffin to me.
It's about 50 feet up and about 80 feet away. So, maximum range would be about 80 feet. I'm going to say 80 feet.
And I used to get within a range of 30 feet.
If you were to run and dash, possibly?
Wait, but it's in the air?
It is in the air. It's about 50 feet up now. So
This wouldn't work.
So even if you were to get kind of close to it, it's still 50 feet above you.
Damn, I can't really do anything right now.
Second level spell slot?
Use now.
Yeah, he's out of second level spells. So you just staying put? Not really doing much?
Yeah, just being on watch. So pretty great.
Okay. Yep, you see that the one is flying away. The other is kind of perched up in its little perch 150 feet up from you. And that would bring us to Rune.
Okay. Wheel. I'm surprised we took that out actually really quick. Okay, he is going to take his full movement to continue within range.
Move and dash, or just move? If you move and dash, you would be 60 feet closer, but you wouldn't have an action to do.
I think I'm still just gonna do a simple movement. My question is, would I still be in 120 feet for firebolt?
No, it's out of range.
Out of range.
Yeah. You're still about 100 feet, more like 90-ish feet away from your companions, and it's about 80 feet away from them now.
All right. Well, I guess Rune is just gonna go ahead and dash so he can catch up with his companions.
Okay. So you're behind Shay and Lagan by about 30 feet.
Okay. And I will end my turn with that.
All
I
right.
don't have anything. Wait, no. Bonus action. Rune is gonna call out to Kinwin. As you can. I'm hoping you can guide us through this encounter. You're the most adept with strange beasts like these.
All
I
right.
can do my best.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Vanya, you're the furthest behind.
How far is this thing from me?
How what's the range on your longbow? Short range?
Short range is 150.
Short range is 150. Okay, you're out of short range. You're at long range though.
Okay, that goes up to 600.
Okay, long range would be at disadvantage.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take another shot. 4.
Nope.
Damn.
It goes wide. It kind of clinks into some of the ruin that you see. That's made of white stone, white and black stone. That you see there. I will give you all a visual reference for what we're looking at here. That current scene is the photo I took earlier today of this little setup. So, back to the top. Darius, what are you doing? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I did. I muted myself. Thought I was this whole time. I want to. Can I get to the far end of the bushes, but still be within 80? Is that within 80 feet to take a shot and still try and be hidden?
Yes, but the terrain starts to get a little difficult as the trees are very dense right there.
Okay, so if I come out of the bushes, is there any of those statues or anything I can hide behind?
You can hide behind this sconce right here.
Okay, and then putting me within 80 to hide and then shoot with a short bow.
You may certainly try.
All right. Stealth is 25.
All right. Noted. Make your attack roll.
Attack is 23.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll a sneak attack.
And 5 is 9 plus 3 is 12.
12? Ooh, that will do it. It goes plummeting. You catch it in its wing, and it goes plummeting from the 50 feet up that it was. It starts plummeting towards the ground, which is a very big thud. given the size of this creature.
I just look back and yell at Kinwin. Let's harvest the talons as quick as we can and get the fuck out of here.
There's a whole nother one.
That's why.
Which you hear screech very loudly.
Can we tell? Do we know anything enough?
I believe
about...
that is a piss screech.
Yeah. What was this like? A mama griffin? A daddy griffin? Do we know?
No idea. You haven't seen the other one really. It's kind of nestled up in an outcropping.
I mean, yeah. I will assist as much as I can to help. Let's harvest these and get the fuck out.
Yeah, but you've moved all of your actions.
Talons and have some people on lookout.
Okay.
So that's all I got.
River, what you doing?
So the other one is 150 feet up
Yep, above you. Yep,
of this.
in an outcropping. So it does kind of have mechanically 3/4 cover.
Or if I move up 30 feet, this would be 120 feet away from me.
It's kind of like above you, like way up, like in the rocks.
I'm wanting to cast a spell Entangle, which has a 20-foot square radius. Or not radius, but 20-foot square, but it's a 90-foot radius.
Okay.
Can I catch it in that square?
It is still it's still pretty much a 150 up from where you are. So
Okay.
wherever you are on the ground, it is 150 feet up from you, thereabouts.
And it's not on the ground. It's on the ground. It's not flying.
It is not flying. It is nestled into this outcropping. Seems to be taking chunks out of a piece of meat. You're not sure what kind yet.
Seems like it might be preoccupied.
Which,
Okay,
if you
so
had something that had a 150-foot range, you could certainly do.
I do, but I want it to be in the air.
It has not decided to get in the air yet.
Okay. Can I tell if it, because it screeched when the other one?
Yeah, when the other one fell, it screeched really loudly.
I'm gonna ready an action.
Okay.
The moment it gets into the air, I'm casting Earthbound.
Okay.
And I'll say the moment when it's like in the air, but able to fall. So like.
Kind of at a point where it's like has lifted off, but not close, but kind of
it's
at a little bit of a distance.
Lifted off with distance below.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So that's my ready action.
Okay. And that's within range of Earthbind, and that's what the range on that?
300.
300? Okay.
300.
300 range. Cool. Next up is Shay.
Alright, so where am I in relation to, I guess, what's going on?
You're one movement away from being actually on the board, so you'd be back.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and up. And I guess how close am I to the next possible aggressive griffin?
About 150 to 180 feet away, above you.
Alright, so I will go ahead and use a bonus action to move another 30 feet up.
Okay.
Any chance that gets me within 80 feet?
Not within
Sorry,
80,
math
no.
is not my strongest suit.
Not within 80, no.
Alright. I'll attempt just the disadvantage and take a shot at it.
Alright. Go ahead and roll at disadvantage.
Dice. So that'd be a 12
That'll
to
hit.
with disadvantage.
That'll hit.
Oh. Would have preferred the dirty 20, but I will take it. 3. A 6 piercing.
Ooh, okay. Little nick.
And
Ooh, actually, it was at 3/4 cover. Sorry, that would miss.
Oh, okay. Then, king! I hit a rock.
Yep, you hit the rock. You barely, but barely.
All right.
You get the feeling that if it had actually been out of cover, you might have hit it square in the eye, but that rock was in the way.
That's all right. That is my turn.
All right. Next up will be our griffin friends. One is dead. The other is 150 feet up, and was near missed when it came to an arrow shot coming at it. So it's looking to book it. And it is going to fly away.
I need a strength saving throw.
Strength save from our lovely griffin friends. That is a 19.
Alright,
That will pass. Yep, it's not caught in your earthbind. It seems to almost feel like it's got a very strong will it is very strong, and so it starts to fly away with its prize in its mouth still, like a piece of it, as it starts to fly away, which is only, it looks like a small piece that it's managed to pull off. It doesn't look like it took the whole thing with it, so that it doesn't become encumbered. So, but it is looking like it is flying out of the gorge. Up and out of the gorge. And will move and dash, so unless anyone's taking a long distance shot at it, we can call that the end of combat.
How far is it after a dash?
After a dash, it's climbed. As far as how high it probably went another 60 feet up.
Is it outside of 320?
Is it outside of 300? Is the question.
No, because that would still be within 300.
Yeah.
For each of you.
When my turn comes back around, I'm gonna try another Earthman.
Okay. So it was just Darius and River that were going to be doing additional attacks?
I'll take a pot shot.
Tanya was gonna...
I'll take a shot at it.
Okay. Then if no one else has any
Shake
actions,
my fist menacingly at it.
then we'll still continue down the turn order. So that would be Kinwin or Rune. You have anything you want to do?
Rune's just moving up to the rest of the group.
Moving up to the party. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Vanya?
Take a shot at it.
Alright, so you...
I'm still at disadvantage for it.
Yes, because you'd still be at very long range.
18.
How much?
18.
18? That will hit.
8.
Maybe
D8.
if you aim for its prowess, it has none. It might come back.
How much damage?
6.
6? Okay. Darius, you making your attack?
Run to the other sconce, hide, and then shoot to, or well, I guess stealth, and then...
Yep, roll your stealth.
19.
All right. And make your attack roll.
So this will just be
At
single
disadvantage because it's because
at disadvantage.
yes.
Well, but so from hiding, wouldn't that give me an advantage?
It'd be a flat roll.
Okay. Is 17.
17 will hit. Roll with sneak attack.
$11.
11 points. Okay. River.
I need another strength save.
Strength save. Casting another Earthbind. That is 18.
Yeah. Stop rolling so high.
Best laid plans.
All right. It's on. Is Shay doing anything? Is she taking a pot shot at it?
Sure. How far away is it?
It's about 220 feet up in the air.
Ooh, 220 feet up in the air. All right. I will use steady aim to negate the disadvantage and try and shoot it with my short bow again.
All right.
Come on, don't fail me, guys. All right. Dirty 20 again. To hit.
All right, that'll land. Go ahead and roll damage.
For 7 piercing.
There we
I think I am more lucky holding my baby glass dragon.
go. And upon its own turn, it is going to continue to fly away outside of a 320 range. So it is flying elsewhere.
It will be licking its wounds for many, many nights before attempting to return to the cattle again.
Lion bag of dicks.
I'm laughing, but Rune's not laughing. He just... he seems more shocked by that statement. He just, like, turns to Arya's like, what?
Are we out of initiative?
Yes, you are out of initiative officially.
Oh.
Okay.
Shay has been a little dazed. She's just like, sorry, I think I might have zoned out a little bit. Where are we?
We have reached the griffins that we were hired to kill.
Oh, so it looks like we got one.
While Shay's getting her questions answered, Vanya would have caught up with them and pulled her arrow out of the dead one.
I was gonna say, can I also retrieve mine?
Yes, you can. I will say you can retrieve half spent because the other half would be broken.
Clarification, Shay. We agreed that shouldn't there be any further difficulties during this encounter, we would also attempt to investigate the ruins. Not sure if you were able to hear it.
Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I just tend to kind of zone out. Maladaptive daydreaming. I think. I'm sorry. I do know that we were out here for the griffins. I have no quarrel with investigating the ruins. Is that what I'm kind of seeing around here?
Yes, there is toppled statues, there's sconces and trees and rocks, and the ruins that you're seeing are made of white and black stone with symbols dedicated to the Soul Forger. The kind of it's almost as if when you look up you see that there are kind of city walls up against some of the rocks. It's some of them are toppled, of course, and the the stone around you is kind of a reddish brown, but the the stone that these ruins are made of are very white, pristine. If it wasn't for the fact that they're dust covered and overgrown, you would think that they would be kind of a gleaming, kind of a white stone. And upon further inspection, as you kind of get closer, it does have a bit of a marble sort of look to it, in the white stone, like white and black marble. Some of these walls are kind of up on ledges that are kind of uh, kind of overseeing the depths of this chasm, and have more of the same iconography and more of the same white and black stone, and that's what you see on the exterior. Everything.
Rune wants to. I just want to make. Would it be okay if I made a history check to see if I understand, like, architecturally what culture the stonework would be equated to?
Yes, that would be a history check.
I also kind of want to move up towards Ruin as I'm looking about as well, and I don't know if I can give her any help or anything, because I'll be musing kind of quietly to myself on it.
Yeah, then Rune, make that an advantage.
Okay. I'll take the advantage because my first roll was a 6. Okay. 14 plus 5.
Ooh, 19.
So 19. You look around at the ruins around you, and from the look of it, it's definitely old. Sort of old in the same way that in it's when you look at it, it's as if it has some kind of, it's definitely sort of religious in nature, in that it might have been at least looking from the outside, might have been a monastery or some kind of temple grounds or something of that sort, where there's a lot of religious iconography to moor it in the Soul Forager. That there's bits and pieces of statues and things like that that it's dedicated to. It does look like it is kind of a combination of it's definitely old for Argyll. Argyll is kind of a separated nation, where half of the people are very much like Kinwin, or very much like River, in that they have this sort of style of culture, and then there's Kinwin, who's a little bit different in that he's half elven. That elves are not exactly a majority here in Argyll, so far as you've seen. You've seen mostly beast folk. You've seen mostly those of a sort of almost like they take on facets of the world itself, in that they're kind of elemental almost, in that they're very, most call themselves the Jajasi, and in some of them are very much have facets about them that look like rocks. Others have very windswept hair for some reason at all times. Others have very kind of water-like sense to them, but they're not aquatic beings. They're definitely bipedal and land-based. And others that have aspects of fire, kind of and or kind of lava rock kind of as part of their being, and
So it's accurate to say that the ruins resembles like a pre-Argillian architecture of the elemental people known as the Genasi.
it feels very much like that. Like it's a combination or a gathering place of both worlds kind of coming together, the elfin and the Genasi and beast folk, where it's maybe been centuries, maybe millennia that the two came together and created this place in dedication to the Soul Forger as a kind of commonality, maybe a unification of the two sides of the mountains, that with the combination of both in inspiration here, that a long time ago these may have been two separate nations.
Okay. And Rune is going to express some of this to the party in more of like summarized terms. Having this information, he looks to everyone else. I'm still interested in going in, so I will begin my delve.
I will. Don't go by yourself. I will go with you. Did we have any? And Shay will start to walk with Rune, especially if Rune starts walking.
Rune's definitely not walking yet. He's gonna wait for the party to harvest the griffin.
Yeah.
She's just like, did we have any idea that these ruins would be here? Or is this a complete
They're known.
We were
They were known.
abnormality?
We were given information that the griffins would be at this location. Yes.
Oh, is there sorry, I'm just sorry. I know I've been a little scatterbrained recently. Has there been any is there any I suppose information of worth? Curiosity I'm totally for. But is there
Rune.
any?
Rune
Sorry, I
nods.
can't find my words.
No worries. Rune just nods no. It is hard to say. But history intrigues me.
I agree with you. I am with you.
Understanding our past is necessary to understanding the present.
Speaking of which, I have some new developments on the present. I know we talked once upon a time about some private time. I'd love to share something with you, but obviously not now, because yes, the ruins sound very interesting. I am intrigued.
Rune nods. I will make the time for you, as requested. And he just sets down his wrench, sentries up, and just kind of waits for the rest of the party to do their thing.
All right. So those who are participating in harvesting can make a survival roll.
Can I just try and get one feather?
You most certainly can. There's a
I
lot
just
of them on the
More than one.
wings.
They might make good feathers for arrows.
Can I just give Kenwin the help action to give him advantage?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Anya would have grabbed just a couple feathers. and
Before
made
we
her way
start
over to the room.
harvesting, though, I'd like to kneel before the griffin, put
Mhm.
my hand on him, and say thank you for your sacrifice.
And I don't know if a 12 allows me to pluck one feather.
Oh yeah. There's plenty of them intact on the griffin's wings. That's
It's like an
Nope,
eagle
just want
feather
one.
where it's just like...
it's like this big.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's
in
great. I just
length.
want one.
And you said
Shay's not
survival, right?
demanding.
And yes, Kinwin, it's survival.
I got 14.
Okay.
19 for a couple feathers.
All right. So Vanya's got a couple feathers. Are you taking some fairly large ones, small ones? What kind are you taking, Vanya?
A couple of each.
A couple of each. Okay. For multiple uses, I'm sure.
Yes.
Shay's got her little treasure of a feather.
I got a little feather. I am happy.
And Kinwin and Darius take to removing the talons from the beast. And
I would also like to try to remove meat too.
okay. So in your survival roll, that's going to encompass all of that. If you want to harvest, meat for food and things like that, you can certainly take time to butcher the animal. It's going to take a while. But with you said it was a 14.
Yes.
Okay. You do notice that upon harvesting the claws, the talons, that a couple of them are a little bit broken. They seem to be a little brittle. They're maybe you do have all 16, but they're a little bit fragile when it comes to when you pluck them off of the beast. You kind of put them in a pouch so that they stay kind of together and don't really get viscera or anything like that on the rest of your your items, your equipment. And upon pausing and looking around this place, you see, just as before, that there are hundreds of bones kind of scattered around the place, as now that you have a real chance to sit down and take a look at it. This place is riddled with fresh and old bones. It's riddled with where some of the ruins, rocks and bricks and things of that sort have kind of fallen from the places in which they were kind of built up. And when looking around, you see lots of kind of claw marks and talon marks, and you see that this place has been probably a nest for these two for quite some time. And you're still hearing a little bit of the screeching and cawing of animals and birds of prey, but you're not hearing the screeching of the griffins anymore. And so kind of looking around, you have more of a chance to look around now that you have a moment, while Kinwin is taking to the griffin and pulling harvestable chunks of meat from it, as well as the talons for you all. So, what do you intend to do?
Me personally, I think from here we should take a quick break because Mojo is back.
Oh, I told him he could just jump in whenever he wanted.
Well, I also have a slight migraine and need to take some migraine.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Well, then
sodium naproxen is like the best for that.
Oh. Thank you.
All right. Well, we will quickly take a break, and we will be back with more Rebirth and possibly exploring these ancient Genasi-ish ruins, Genasi elf ruins, here in just another few minutes. Don't
I will
go
just
anywhere.
be fondling my dragon egg until then.
Beautiful. Be right back, everybody. Welcome
It's
back,
like real awkward
everyone.
silence.
Welcome back, everyone,
Chrissy,
to
wake up!
session 7 of Rebirth, a D&D tale. Hi, Derek. And we left our party where they had just downed one of the griffins that they had been tasked with on the job board in Tri-Point to harvest the talents from. But now the party's intrigue has turned to the actual ruins around them. The ruins of a sort of temple or monastery to Moradin the Soul Forger. A sort of combination in architecture between Elfin and the Beast Folk and the people known as the Genasi in this particular region. The ruins made of marble and black stone, and while the surrounding mountains are more of a kind of reddish brown when it comes to the soil and the rocks. After harvesting the meat and talons from this griffin, the 16 talons, somewhat fragile as they are, and
I like to take a feather for myself and just put it in my hair.
Okay, fair enough. And after harvesting some feathers as well, the party is now ready as the evening, kind of the afternoon has gone, and the evening is starting to set in. The chasm in which they find themselves already shaded very much in the evening sort of shadow and overcast in this space. The ruins themselves don't go very deep into this chasm. You see that it's only probably a couple 100 feet worth of these exterior ruins that you see that kind of line the interior of this chasm, while the chasm itself goes for miles, it seems, into the dark. The party is preparing themselves for this little venture into these ruins to find out more about what this place may have been dedicated to, what the perhaps purpose of it was, and maybe learn more a little bit about the country that River and Kindwin find themselves from. And so, the 7 of you now present are kind of standing past this archway that overlooks the entrance of this particular little ruin, and you kind of stare up into the walls at the stone masonry, and you do see a little bit down the ways there are a set of steps that kind of lead up into the rock face itself in a kind of archway that seems a little bit collapsed at the moment.
I'd like to make it known that I have no second level spell slots yet left, but a short rest would return one of them to me.
If you want to take a short rest, that's up to you, but you know that it is the evening, and so you can do as you like. So you can either delve in now, or you can delve in an hour. You know, it's up to you. Nightfall will come soon.
Whatever the party thinks is better.
How soon is nightfall?
couple hours away.
Can you guys see me?
Yes, I can now. You weren't before.
Sorry, I'm having some internet trouble.
No worries.
I think we're good though. Like,
It
as
is
long as y'all
hard.
can see and hear me, I'm taking it as a win.
Yep.
I'm not currently in need.
Sorry, what?
It is.
I'm not currently in need of roots. To everyone.
Okay.
It is hard to anticipate how deep the dungeon goes. The ruins themselves. However, I would like to know the opening and if there is a secondary entrance. We should scout it, at the very least.
I mean, I might not be half bad at something along those lines, but I would hate to go by myself.
I can go with you if you want.
Lagan wants to start investigating these ruins.
That's what I assumed everybody was doing. So.
Yes.
But yeah, so
just-
the idea of scouting it was brought up.
What Rune is
I
thinking?
suppose is on board with that.
Yes.
I'm fine.
Sorry, Rune. Go ahead. I don't mean
No.
to cut you off.
I'm the one cutting you off. I'm just too excited.
I mean, new adventures are always exciting.
Yes. In the meta of it, what Rune is thinking is that if we go into the dungeon now and it's deeper than we anticipate, we could be in there for a couple hours. He expresses this to the party, you know.
Well, but if we... Sorry.
If it ends up being deeper than we expect, would everyone be okay with sleeping in a dungeon? Or taking a rest in a dungeon, I guess I should say.
I mean, I've been on the road plenty, and I wasn't particularly used to that, but I'm used to it now, so yes.
As long as there's no dangers inside.
Yeah.
Lagan
Perhaps
is not
we-
averse to it, dangerous or not.
We anticipate that there will be danger, and we should anticipate that there will be. Then we need to stay prepared in case there is any sort of interloping or interferences with our explorations. I will remain available for sentry. The rest of you are all right with me being present.
I
Don't see
mean, why
anything wrong
wouldn't
with
we
that.
be okay? Yeah, why wouldn't we mind your presence?
Very well.
I don't know if anyone's told you this, Rune, but I've grown somewhat accustomed to your existence. I like having you around.
The implication was more so stating that I would remain on guard for the entirety of our rests. Of course, we could have a secondary individual or shifts for others.
Shifts for others would always be beneficial. Having more than one set of eyes on anything is always helpful.
Rune,
Nice.
are you basically asking for company?
I intend to go inside regardless, but yes. I agree with Lagan. Having two sets of eyes throughout any sort of resting would be
advantageous.
Well, perhaps, I haven't taken a lot of rest or watches, I suppose, over the course of the time. So, if my company is not a bother to anybody, I would be happy to pull my own weight, I suppose, in a pair.
accepted.
How are you
And
going
you
to
just-
do that when you can't lift very much?
Well, Ruin, I think, just accepted me, so I will take that confidence. Thank you, Lagan. Appreciate it. And she will move towards Ruin.
You can't live
I may
very
be
much,
small, but
Rune.
I am crafty.
Rune just acknowledges that Shay has got some good eyes, so we're just going with that.
Chalk that up to Lagan's poor sense of humor.
Fantastic.
Jay just wants to make friends. Damn it.
Fuck that up to Rune not understanding jokes and me not catching the joke quick enough.
She's just like, Ruin sounds like she wants a friend, or he wants a friend, and Shay's feeling lonely. Like, Shay wants friends too, so
Yes.
I'm all for let's give the robot feelings. So.
Yes.
Alright, so
Oh, no.
so we're all going in?
That's what I was assuming.
Yeah.
Yes.
I am.
Don't split the party. It's the number one rule, isn't
Not
it?
planning
Rule
on it.
number 1.
Split the party. Split the. No, I'm joking.
To be fair, I'll go ahead and sneak anyway.
Yes. Are we
Sneaking.
moving at a stealthy pace then?
Yes, stealthy
Yeah,
base.
I'll pick a stealthy pace myself as
Then
well.
I would like everyone to roll a stealth check.
Oh,
Rune is at
lovely.
disadvantage for being metal,
Lagan is
Understandable.
always at disadvantage.
and Lagan is always at disadvantage.
19 or 14.
Okay. Then
Natural
Shay's gonna.
Wow.
20 for 27.
Ooh, look at you.
So total of 15.
15. Shay gets 14.
Yes.
1 minus 1.
Oh.
Honey.
Clang,
Just out
clang,
of
clang,
curiosity,
clang.
any chance some of us could notice poor Rune and be like, hey, so shh, here's some ideas to like shush yourself.
But they don't seem to work.
All right, I
Rune-
Some
tried.
of us should
Sorry,
go
Rune.
ahead.
I think the only way to fix this in the
We're
future.
out.
Hang on.
Yes.
We're talking over each other. So, just to
Go
be
ahead.
clear, this was a group roll because you're all moving as a group. You did not indicate you were going ahead of anybody.
I was saying in character that maybe some of us should go ahead.
But nobody did.
Yes, this was after the check, after him being loud. It's like, you know what? Here's an idea.
Which you can pose once I have everybody's roll. So, and we're still talking. I still don't know where everybody is right now.
14.
So, a couple of 14s, a 15. Kinwin, what was yours? 11. River?
13.
And Rune was a natural 1. Darius was a natural 20. And that's...
Actually, I was a 19. Sorry, 16 plus 3.
Okay, 19. Perfect.
I did my math wrong.
So, the natural 20 and the natural 1 cancel each other out. So, thank you. As a group, you feel confident that you're not going to draw any unwanted attention. That some things that happen as a result of Rune could potentially be chalked up to random rock falls. You know, perhaps there's some quick thinking and everybody's able to move quietly together for the most part. Rune and Lagan still clang some, but as a whole, the party doesn't feel like they're going to get detected by anything, especially for griffins, and especially in such tight spaces. Now, when you enter in through this stairway and door, and kind of move some of the rocks aside, kind of making up for the fact that rune is a rather loud metal thing. The interior is made of more of this black and white stone that also kind of goes onto the flooring, and lots of kind of very intricate kind of tile work where there's patterns in the tiles that are very very simple but very pretty. They are and so the interior of this space is it feels good for some reason to be here. It feels welcoming, as in this space, even though a lot of the statuary and maybe even some pottery that you see is all broken to pieces. It looks like it has been inhabited by griffins. There's claw marks, there's feathers everywhere, there's bones. But oddly enough, it's not enough to kind of to detract from the overall sense of welcoming that you get from this place. It feels like it is a welcoming chamber of some sort, that this is some kind of entryway into the rest of the premises. And so upon looking in, the fact that griffins seem to have been here doesn't seem to really put you off all that much. What do you do?
Lagan is going to cast Detect Magic.
Lagan, the first thing that you notice when you cast Detect Magic in this is that this place looks holy. When in the sense of, this place feels like a holy place. This place has a sort of magical aura about it that in a similar way to the structure that you saw back at the Seamead Islands, that you can detect that consecration magic has been cast on it. That's the predominant feeling that you get for a lot of the stonework, a lot of the not so much the broken items around the place, but that this particular place is sanctified in a way. And so that's the first thing that you see. And that's within 30 feet of you, Russ. That's a 30-foot range?
Yes.
And it lasts
for
10
10
minutes? Okay.
Yes.
Cool beans. And you see that there are a couple of entryways deeper into this particular sort of building, even though it's kind of dug into the mountain. That you can go deeper into. You kind of get a sense that that there's no magical items within that range to you.
Okay.
But this place is kind of just bathed in that sort of presence in a way.
Okay.
It's dark, isn't it?
It is dark, so those who do not have dark vision, it is hard to see.
I have Ruin's little nightlight she gave me on the, or he gave me on the ring, so I am using that like a flashlight.
Flashlight ring. Nice.
Yep, I think I got like, what, 20 feet on it, so I will take it. There is 20 feet of light around, like right in front of Shay.
Yep, kind of in a cone, the way that the way that we kind of fashioned it.
She very much, it is very obvious how much she appreciates Rune's ring. And like she's very proud to have it. She is very happy to not be blind in the dark.
Was there anyone else who doesn't have dark vision?
I
Yes.
don't have dark vision.
Oh. So, Rune, you're kind of dependent on that flashlight ring, too. Just kind of following Shay.
Yes, but-
Lagan is going to be.
Torches around us.
Sorry,
Do you
Lagan's
have
what?
Are there
Lagan
any
is-
torches around us?
Sorry, you're still all talking at once. I asked Lagan what we saying.
Lagan is going to be very close to Shay as well, as he does not have dark vision.
Okay, cool. And Kinwin, you were asking about torches. Do you have torches on you? Because there are none in this room. I mean, there are sconces for them, but it
10
seems
on
like
the
they...
donkeys.
What's that?
Some.
There's 10 torches on the donkeys.
You did not bring the donkeys with you.
Ah, okay. And we do not have torches.
We do have torches. Lagan
I mean-
still has his torches in his bag.
Yeah,
We-
if anybody asks Shay nicely, she also has 5.
The tinder box and can light them.
Yes.
If you guys don't.
Lagan is going to take out one of his torches and light it up.
Okay.
I guess I also have 10 torches in my Dungeoneers pack.
Mm-hmm.
So
You all can individually light up your own torches if you like. Pass them around.
Yeah.
For those who don't have dark vision, past this first or do have dark vision, past this first room, it is going to be very dark. So you will be at disadvantage for perception checks.
Okay.
But for those who don't have dark vision, this initial room would have been disadvantage. But you have brought torches now. So how many people are holding a torch?
I'm gonna
Lagan.
light my hooded lantern.
You're going to light your lantern? Okay.
Vanya would take one after the initial room.
Okay.
I'm just using my ring, so
Okay.
20 feet.
Okay.
I have a fun idea.
Mm.
Rune is using his Tinker's abilities. He is just going to hit the chalice on him and his vestiges kind of, and the lights within him blow up.
Mm.
And so he's going to do that same thing as Shay's ring, but instead cast it on himself, and
Okay.
it's just going to be a small
Small
glowing-
radius.
radius. Yep.
Okay. So you're a glowing beacon. Nice.
So before going forward,
Mm.
probably one of us who has dark vision should go first to avoid you startling anything inside.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm willing to go.
All right. So if River is going to be the scout ahead, then I would like you to make me just a general stealth check for yourself.
That is a dirty 20.
Ooh. Very nice, very nice. And so you start moving ahead of the group into one of these passageways. Now, are you picking the left or the right?
It's gonna go right.
Okay. So going into the right passage, you kind of skulkily move in a very slow pace, but you're definitely keeping your eyes out for different things that might slip you up. So, do you have a light on you? Are you taking a torch?
No, he has dark vision though, so he's going to make sure that light isn't starting. I think it's
Okay. Then in this room, yes, it counts as dark, so you'll be at disadvantage for a perception check.
Okay, so it's perception. It's gonna be 9.
9? Alright. It's hard to see in this room, especially with the lights that are kind of behind you. Seem to be a little bit distracting in some way, but you feel confident enough that that moving quietly won't disturb anything. It doesn't look like there's anything, so far as you can tell, living in this space, but you do see that it's kind of a hallway going deeper into the mountain face. The there's a room beyond it that that you see that you're coming up on. In this particular hallway, there's a little bit of the brickwork has come undone. Some of the tiles are broken. Uh, some of the dirt from the surrounding rock or cracks from the or fallen in a little bit. It's it's still kind of littered with kind of a little bit of bones further in this way, but they're getting a little scarcer going deeper in, and so you so you kind of move your way forward and come into a bit of a larger room. It kind of looks like you're coming in on the left side of a much larger room. It looks like kind of a gathering space where you suspect that a lot of the devotees in this particular monastery of sorts would congregate, and you see remnants of old hymn books, which are tattered and torn, and the wooden structures of the seats are all smashed to pieces. The 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 main thing that you do see in kind of the center, kind of a stage area almost, is an almost intact statue to Moradin. That there are some pieces that have fallen from it, but it is again made of the same white marble that that kind of lines the interior of this space. And but this it kind of has it's like kind of a bust of a man with a sort of a sort of like lightning kind of bolt on his tunic, a sort of long beard, and a kind of a blacksmith's hammer in his hand, or could double as a war hammer, kind of similar to Lagon's warhammer in some respects, just stone. And it's definitely very beautiful to look at, and it's this space is very much like a congregating area where there's another exit off to the right that maybe goes deeper into the structure, but some of the pillars in the room have fallen, and it looks like it hasn't been lived in by humanoid creatures for quite some time. That it's been pretty much occupied by other beasts, it seems.
So you said there was an exit?
Yeah, there's an exit off to the right, kind of similar to where you are on the left-hand side of this room. The other exit is on the right-hand side of the room, where you are.
He's going to go to the one that's... He's going to go the one that's on the same side he is, and he's just going to peek through it.
It is very dark going this deep in, so it's definitely incredibly hard to see without any light. As there there are sconces and kind of places to hold torches, it seems, but there's no light anywhere in this room because none of them have any torches in them, and so uh, that's what you see going in by yourself, and and so you're continuing forward.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, roll me another perception at disadvantage.
Maybe. 17.
When you come into this room, however, you see that it's another kind of short hallway, but there's a secondary room that kind of almost seems to butt up against this congregation room, where it might have been more of an office. It looks like about the size of an office, where um, where you see that within it there are a couple of gold coins, or a couple of coins at least, kind of scattered around.
Gonna step over, just snatch a few of the coins, and then he's gonna head back.
Okay. You pick up a couple of silver pieces.
And then, yeah, and then he just heads back to the group to let them know
Mm-hmm.
that the room seems safe.
All right. And you all can go into this congregation room at the end of this hallway that that I presented before. That you still see that same statue, and when the light when the light comes into the room, you kind of get a better idea of what you're looking at. It's there are there's something that you notice actually, like on with your detect magic on, that it looks like there's something magical about the bracers this statue is wearing.
Lagan is going to investigate those.
You get the sense that there's some kind of, you're not sure what they're used for, but yeah, the forearms and the hands of this statue seem to be glowing a little bit.
Do they appear to be able to be removed?
If you wanted to take the whole arms off of the statue.
No, Lagan's trying to investigate. I don't know if they're bracers or gauntlets, but what it is as best he can. And no, he's not trying to take the arms off the statue. That would be a bad idea.
You kind of investigate, and with the kind of looking at your own bracers or gauntlets, you you look at these and you see that while you do see buckles to them, they've kind of been covered in something. Like they're not meant to be coming off. They're supposed to be here. That perhaps then they were purposefully put here to be here for indefinitely.
Okay.
They're still.
Can I do a religion check on this statue?
You would know that this is a statue of Moradin, based on what everybody's kind of concluded about the image of this figure up until this point.
Could I potentially make an Arcana check to try and determine what kind of magic is going on with these?
You're pretty well studied. Go ahead and make that Arcana check.
All right. Okay. Okay. 19.
All right. You kind of look over the bracers, and you do see that they do have runes that are kind of the source of this particular magic, and they are they're kind of the runes that you see are meant to. They're not really protective. They're more assistive. It's more of an assistive magic, and in looking at the runes, you it's not that you can tell exactly what they're meant to do, but that's the sense that you get with your detect magic on that that's the kind of magic that they're using. Now, to what extent, you're not entirely sure. In the case of the hand, though, you get more protective abjuration magic.
Okay.
Jen,
Mm.
you said that there was like books and things like that within the room.
There's a lot of tattered books, kind of amongst all of the destroyed kind of seating in this room.
Do any of the books have anything in them, or are they just completely ruined?
You find one that's kind of mostly intact, and when you look at it, it looks like it might be a scripture or maybe a hymn book.
Mm.
But something of a common variety rather than a kind of rarity.
Okay. Noticing Lagan has interest in the Moradin statue. What is it that you sense?
Magic. The forearms and hands of the statue are emanating magic. It appears that the magic coming from the hands is not the same as the bracers on his forearms. It appears there are two different types of magic here. The magic in his hands is of a protective nature, and I'm unsure as to the nature of the magic from his bracers.
See. Are you interested in investigating?
Always.
What Rune is going to do is he is going to absorb elements. Now the question is, does he want to cast it on himself, or does he want to cast it on Lagan? Does Lagan want to go up there and investigate?
The gun is up on the statue investigating, trying to determine and figure out what type of magic is going on.
Okay. He is going to cast absorb elements on. Oh, I can only cast it on myself. Never mind.
You can,
yeah, that's on yourself, and it's a reaction spell anyway.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm just gonna go up there and I'm gonna touch it.
Touch it?
I'm gonna touch it.
Touch it.
Are you gonna touch it in a specific way, like an identify spell, or are you doing something else?
I don't have an identify spell just yet.
Boo.
What Rune is going to do is he is going to, I guess, touch the hand. With reckless abandon, he's just gonna grab one of the hands of this statue just to see what would happen.
Nothing happens.
And next he is going to see, is there anything that would obstruct him trying to take off the bracers of the statue?
As I had said previously, the buckles on the bracers seem to be kind of cast over with something, but they would be removable otherwise.
Okay. Rune's just doing it. He's taking them off.
Okay. By taking the whole arm of the statue off?
Fuck, dude. Sure. Takes
God,
out his
I
wrench.
like that.
No gods, no masters.
Sorry, what was that, Kinwin?
Mirrodin might not like that. Having his arms torn off.
Rune stops. And you know this person. What is a god to our endeavors?
It's called the Soul Forger, so that just doesn't seem like someone you'd want to piss off.
Seen no particular evidence that a god has ever interacted with myself, regardless of my investigations before. Do you have any personal qualms with it? Or are you more concerned with the deity's opinions of it?
Both, I guess.
Do you have personal qualms with this? Or are you more concerned with the opinions of a supposed deity?
I certainly know I wouldn't like people to destroy my religious iconography.
Rune takes his wrench. And he's gonna go ahead and just smash the fuck out of that arm.
Okay. You're muted, Dark Wolf. You're interjecting?
Yes, I would like to interject.
What would you like to interject with?
I'm gonna cast Entangle.
Oh.
To restrain Rune.
Oh. Rune, make me
I
the
need
saving throw for that.
Strength. Yep, strength with it, saving.
Hold on. Let me check to see what that saving throw is. 18.
You are not entangled. And the swing
However-
goes through. And the arm of the statue comes completely off, kind of shattering in a dozen marble pieces.
Oh, Jason, there you go. I tried.
When Rune smashes the arm, does the magic persist on that on that forearm and hand, or does it alter in any way?
So, what ends up happening is the rune kind of strikes at the elbow that used to hold, it looks like a sort of hammer. That hammer is crumbled on the ground already. The smash that rune makes knocks off the arm at the elbow, and when the the arm itself kind of shatters in a bunch of marble pieces. The 2 points that you saw that were of magical origin kind of start tumbling across the floor. One of which is very small, the other of which is the pair of bracers. Or a bracer, in a way. And you are able to, with your detect magic still up, because you still have a little bit of time left on it, you're able to find these 2 things. You have the bracer, and you have what looks like a ring. It's a ring that's very kind of warm to the touch.
And the ring is where I'm feeling the protection from?
Yes.
Okay.
Does the magic still remain on it?
Yes, the magic remains on both objects that Rune will have watched Lagan pick up now.
Rune Go ahead.
And looks at Rune. Can we see if we can try and find a way to remove these objects without destroying the statue?
Perhaps. But at the time, I
I
did not
know.
see any other opportunity.
I
You
know
have
this may make this a little harder on you, but Lagan is extremely uncomfortable with the destruction of the statue.
understood.
I'd like to walk up to the statue, grab its remaining hand like I'm about to shake it, and say Drud Geni, which means sorry.
You don't get
You
really any
explain-
response. You feel cold marble in your hands.
To explain, I will gladly make adjustments to any kinds of investigations for my allies. If any of you have any interjection or opposing opinions, then feel free to say so. But if those opinions are reliant on faith alone, then understand that I do not run or make decisions based on blind faith.
I don't think anybody is asking you to change your views or how you operate, but to have respect for those of us that don't function the same as you. Some of us are more faith oriented than you are. That is our nature. It does not negate your feelings or how you act or interact. We're just asking that you have respect for these objects. They are meant to be revered, and were built by very religious peoples. I don't know that any of them still remain, but I am certain that if they were to see the destruction of this, would be greatly offended, and we would have major issues with anybody that we were attempting to ally ourselves with, just on the fact that this has been shattered. We don't know if anybody still uses the structure for the purpose that it was intended. But it can create issues for us if there are.
It is sound logic. However, my statement remains. I do not and shall not respect idolatry. But I will respect you, my companions, and I will respect what you demand of me. However supports your adventures and your journeys. And that alone.
I am in no way making any demands. I am asking that we try to find a way to do this without unnecessary destruction.
Accepted. And he just continues through the dungeon?
Lagan is still trying to figure out if there's a way to remove the objects of the.
Without destroying it as Ren did.
Your mic just went way underground. So what's up?
Lagan fell in water. The sea took him.
What was that again? Because there's no longer any marble that's keeping this attached to anything. It's all smashed. So you have a ring and you have a bracer. There's no marble left inside.
Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Mojo?
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
We hear you. Do you hear us? He's gonna try and rejoin. He's gonna try and rejoin, I think.
Hello?
Yes, welcome back.
Hi.
Testing. Do you hear me? Yeah, we're gonna probably have to.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Do you hear us now? Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties. It wouldn't be a Rebirth game without technical difficulties.
Great.
Right.
I can't hear anyone.
Yeah.
But while Mojo is fixing his settings and things of that sort, Rune, what was anybody else doing? What were y'all doing? Rune was stomping off to another room?
Yes, he's gonna go the other direction that... Like, what directions do we have?
So you have the River would have informed you of the little office space that was behind this congregation place room that he that he also discovered, and that there is of course that other branching path at the entranceway to the left that you haven't explored yet.
He's gonna go left.
Okay.
Vanya would have followed him.
River's gonna go with him too.
Okay. So that leaves Kinwin behind with Lagan, and I think Shay's going to stay behind there too. And did we lose Darius?
Yes.
Oh.
If he hopped out for the night, he was starting it off.
Oh, okay. And Darius will stay in that room too. So that'll leave them all together. The other of you who have ventured off to the left space, taking your torches with you, oh, pardon me, you start to walk down a somewhat short hallway with a couple of rooms kind of jutting off from it in several directions. One of which is when you look into the doorway, you see that it is a kind of food preparation kind of a space where you see that there are cupboards, and you see drawers and things of that sort. And I hear Mojo kind of moving around, and he doesn't hear us. Mojo, do you hear us?
I hear you now.
Now we got you. Okay.
Woohoo!
That I was worried that you were moving around and just causing background noise, but okay. But in the case of Rune and Vanya and River, they've kind of branched off onto the other space that was to the left in this particular building, and the one space that you see is clearly kind of a kitchen prep kind of a place. It's anything wooden is kind of either rotted or kind of shattered to pieces. You come across another room off of this hallway and see that it's kind of another larger room. This one kind of looking as if it was like sleeping chambers, kind of a communal sleeping space in a sense, based on the just the size of the room and how little of any iconography is even present in the space. And the last room that you see has some implements in it. Implements of like rusted weaponry and things of that sort. But I would like you all to make me a perception check.
Nat 1.
Uh-oh.
10.
30, 20.
Oh, Kinwin, I thought you stayed back in the other room.
Oh, okay, never mind.
23.
23. River, you're the one who spots it, though. A bow, a long bow. It's kind of pristine looking, actually. It's actually in really good condition, strangely enough.
He's gonna walk up to it and pick it up and examine it.
And when you examine it, it's kind of got a little bit of the same kind of iconography in a way, that it has symbols of the hammer kind of engraved into the side of it. But you also kind of upon looking at it, realize that it's also engraved with almost decorative runes in a way. It's very decorative in nature, but you've never, in this space, this pristine, this perfect of a condition. How's that possible? Everything else is rusted and decayed, and this is a wooden bow with the strings intact and the body's intact. It's collapsible, it looks like, but otherwise it's perfect.
He's going to collapse it and just put it under his cape.
All right. Good to know. Nobody else seems to pick up on that. And, well, actually, I would like you to make a sleight of hand to defend against that, actually.
Sleight of hand. 15.
All right. You are fairly confident that no one saw you interacting with this bow. And thus, any other weaponry, because this does seem like it's a bit of a weaponry room. It is a lot of mundane things. A lot of it is well crafted, but a lot of it is also in a horrible state now. Unusable, really, for the most part. Or, you know, spears and things of the like, or have their pole arms portion decayed. As most of this was wooden and steel, and there's nothing else of any real value in here.
There wasn't any other exit to this room?
Nope, this is a dead end.
Okay. Well, doesn't seem like there's much of interest in here.
So we explore the other areas. Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying, it's a shame, really.
Well, if no one's going to answer Rune, he's just going to go explore whatever else is left.
Oh, I didn't hear what Rune said.
Oh. He asked if we should explore the other areas.
Might as well.
Yeah.
And back to Lagon and Kinwin, who have stayed behind in this kind of congregational room. What are the two of you doing?
Lagan is attempting to see if he can remove the bracer without destroying the arm that it's attached to.
It's already destroyed. It's already shattered to pieces.
Okay.
So when you pick up the bracer, there's nothing in it. It's just a bracer now.
Was it still magical?
Yes.
Okay. Well.
And the ring that you found too.
Okay. So both of the arms are destroyed?
The other arm didn't seem to have a magical essence to it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was both.
No.
I apologize. Well, if there's nothing else of a magical nature, Lagan will just be waiting for the rest of the party to return.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So the rest of you convene together. By this time, your detect magic has run up the tail end of it, and make a perception check for me, Lagon.
$23.
You catch the last little glimpse of it. There's something new glowing on River's belt. But that's just as your spell starts to fade. And what it is, you have no idea.
Alright. What'd you find there, River?
some silver pieces. I would like to roll deception.
You may.
Is this an insight?
You may.
Cool.
4.
4.
I rolled an 18.
It's almost as if River is doing a sip emote and has no cup in his hand. He's hiding something.
Oh, River. Silver doesn't glow with magic. What did you find in the other room? Don't care about the money. What did you find?
Found a bow.
A bow?
I was going to investigate it and maybe give it to someone. Because I can't use it.
Who in our party uses bows?
I mean, you saw
the
Vanya shooting a bow.
Right.
Shay also uses a bow, I think.
Shay and Darius have drawn short bows, but you haven't seen them use long bows. This is a long bow.
That may benefit Vanya, because I've got a crossbow. Yeah.
Could always use a new bow.
It's going to wait until morning, so I could make sure it's not cursed.
Lagan will hold on to the gauntlet, but with a decent idea of what this ring will do, Lagan would give the ring to Shay.
Okay.
I'm not 100% on this, but I think this will help you more than it will help anyone else.
She says, "Oh, well, thank you." And she immediately goes to put it on one of her other fingers.
I think you're going to have to attune to it, and I'm not sure for everybody how that works.
If I'm going to make an interjection as well, since we seem to be looting the artifacts within these tunnels anyways, I believe it would be the wise decision to identify their effects before we start utilizing them.
Oh, right. She takes it off and just puts it in a pocket.
The ring is an abjuration protection specific magic.
But do you know what it does? You don't. Therefore, we should not attune or utilize them until we do.
Would be cursed.
Precisely.
Well, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts. Lagan is going to remove the bracer from his left arm and put the one that he picked up on.
All right. After he made the distinct thing of saying, "I'm not going to use magical items until we know what they do."
Lagan didn't say that.
Oh, it was Arun who did that. Or I'm brain farting right now. But
it's okay.
Lagan still puts Still puts the bracers on. Alright. Rune just takes a note as he, like, zooms in on Lagan putting on the bracers. And, he just kind of, like, looks away and, analyzes the area to see if there are any more pathways that the party can explore.
And to kind of quickly run through the rest of that, you explore the open areas in this particular space. You find a couple of gems and a number of quite a number of copper pieces kind of strewn about, kind of in a coffer sort of place, and some additional silver and gold. And after sufficiently spending most of the evening scouring the runes, you are able to see, at the very, or at least have access to, that is the extent of the treasure that you find in this place. With no additional harassment by any griffins, and you're fairly certain that after a night's sleep you can make it back to Tri-Point and collect your additional reward from your generous benefactor.
Excellent. You said we encountered some gemstones.
Yes, you did. It was no, not actually some gemstones. Sorry, it was some sort of intact jewelry pieces. You found a fur-lined robe kind of hanging up in a closet. You found a fur-lined kind of a choker piece as part of a ceremonial garb, like a pair of ceremonial pieces, intact and actually in good condition. And a small piece of tapestry that actually might be a pretty good sell for to somebody who might be, in the market for, tapestry of Moradin. It's almost as if it's a tapestry that kind of depicts Moradin actually crafting the spark, the soul, in a sort of ancient painting style almost. It's very stylized, very kind of almost like it's easy enough to read for kids too, and so it's nice. It's actually intact. There's hardly any fraying on it at all, and it's just well made too. And so that's the extent of the treasure that you find in this place of any value.
Cool. Who's holding onto that in their inventory?
Whoever has the strength to carry it. I was just going to make the note available to you all, so.
Oh, that works. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rune will go ahead and carry it then until we get back to town.
Yep. So you all will have the note of the treasure which you found. I have made that available to you on Roll20.
Thank you.
Except you don't know what your magic items do yet, so just bear that in mind. But
is anything else that was picked up magical?
No.
The robes? Okay.
No, nothing else is magical.
Nothing. All right.
Just the bracer, the ring, and the bow.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that is going to do it for tonight, as it is getting late. But I'm glad you all came along on this adventure, and we definitely had some fun here. What do you guys think?
That was a blast.
Yes, that was.
I had a lot of fun. Also, oh my god, I got in everyone's face today. So many okay, so when I made Rune, I specifically made him atheist because I realized there was this trend of 2 druids and a cleric, and I'm like, oh, everyone's gonna be religious as fuck. So I had.
This druid is not religious.
Oh,
Lagan is not offended at all.
yeah. Okay. It was just like for Rune, like, yeah, I posted it in the chat, but for everyone else in the audience, yeah, Rune doesn't see like any logic or reasoning behind faith or religion per se, especially since in faithless peoples can still conduct clerical magic or druidic magic. And an example being River being someone who can conduct druidic magic. So it doesn't fall within a range of reasoning to trust in gods. In fact, that's kind of one of his ideals is I don't put faith in idolatry. But he does understand when other characters ask things of him personally, like, hey, I know you don't understand the emotional response of this, but for my sake, because I'm not okay with this, can you not do this? He'll respect requests like that because he does respect the other characters, but he does not respect gods. He does not respect faith.
Lagan was only coming at this from the point of view there may still be somebody that's around here, even with the griffins that will take offense to this and give us shit, and that's really the only reason he didn't want to destroy it.
And Rune also understands that reasoning, but also there was absolutely no evidence of someone coming in there. Like if there was, there would have probably been like candles or something, like active offerings made, things like that, and definitely not so many fucking bones.
Well,
because of course, if you're gonna have a place
Temple of Moradin, donate to them the Tapestry of Moradin we got.
And that's another thing is, we're looting anyways.
But if we donate to a Temple of Moradin,
that might buy some peace.
Then it's not looting. It's returning.
Maybe they'll give us reward for returning some of their lost iconography that...
There you go.
They might.
Yep.
You never know.
But anyways, I just want to put that out there in the future. Whenever Rune is clashing with other characters, it's not because he's just being an asshole. It's because he actually is trying to have like a train of logic or reason behind it. For instance, I know Coffee put in the notes what we got, but also we don't. Does anyone actually have an identify spell?
No.
No. We
So-
don't have a mage among us.
Rune is, but I don't think he had it today.
No, he does not. But yeah, in the future he will.
Is it that he doesn't have it and you have to claim spells much like a bard, or is it that you claim and prepare spells like a wizard or like a cleric?
I think it's like I have to do it like a bard, or I think it's. Let me double check that.
I thought Artificer was preparing spells like a cleric. Like they had to have the spell prepared to even cast it as a ritual too. Because they don't have spell books, I don't think.
Yeah. Let me see. You prepare the list of Artificer spells that are available for you to cast, choosing from. Okay, so I can just prepare them. I just didn't have one prepared.
Oh, okay. So he can prepare Identify and cast it even as a ritual and not spend a spell slot next time.
Yeah.
Does he have?
We can say later.
Hold on. Does Artificer have ritual casting or not?
He does.
Okay.
Yes.
So ritual casting he'd be able to do. Cool.
Yeah.
So he can do it in the morning.
Well,
But we're not at the morning yet. We're at the night.
No, Lagan is our already wearing the bracers.
Mm.
So, might have some idea in the morning when they go to check the ring and the bow. Lagan should have some kind of idea about the bracers because, well, he's wearing them right now.
Mm.
Reading the notes, I'm fairly certain Lagan is not going to be keeping these.
Also,
Once he finds out.
Can I just say, I love that interaction of Rune specifically saying, don't wear that because we don't know if it's cursed, and Lagan just staring him in the eyes and going,
yes. He is staring Rune down as he takes his own gauntlets off and puts these on. Yes.
The chaotic energy of that.
Well, it's chaos and Lagan having the absolute faith of the Wild Mother protecting him that if this was something that would harm him, she would let him know in some way. And Rune is not that way.
The Wild Mother works in mysterious ways.
I mean, potentially, the voice of reason could be coming through Rune, but given the interactions and Rune's beliefs that Lagan has witnessed,
I just picture the Wild Mother in my head now. Using Rune as a puppet to say, don't do things that you're not supposed to, like a mom. And what does he do? Fucking puts it on anyway. It's like, fuck you, Mom.
Oh,
God.
Because I imagine that also the Wild Mother is chaotic energy incarnate.
Yes, she is.
Or
I also
incarnate.
want to draw that because that's probably my favorite scene in this.
Yes, do it. Do it. I want
lawful versus chaotic.
All of the art. Give it all to me. Yes. Yes, I love it all. Yes, I'm glad that you all were here. So everybody in the party is gonna get the 5 experience for showing up because I had everybody today. And let's see. Let me actually look at my actual notes about how it is I run this game. Sorry. I'm also going to give you all the 5 experience for completing your objective. As you have defeated the one griffin that was present.
Oh yeah.
The other one flew away, so you don't get the other 5 that I would have granted you for that. Wah wah. But then we go on to the player voted experience, where each of the players decides who pushed the plot and who had the best scene and who had the best line for tonight. So, who drove us towards our plot? Be it a side plot, be it a main plot, be it...
I'd say give it to Darius because he had the highest perception score climbing the tree.
Ooh.
And also was the last shot on Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
I can follow up with that, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have any thoughts?
I will defer to the group consensus as I missed the majority of this.
You have.
I'll go Darius too.
You have a say.
I am choosing for this point to abstain and defer to the group and the group consensus, as I have no clue what happened.
All right, fine then. I'm just gonna take Mojo's vote and just throw it.
Okay,
what's your vote?
Darius it is. Who had the best scene from tonight?
I'll throw my hat in there with Vanya just jumping out of the tree. But climbing down, catch.
My favorite scene is still the... Yeah, I already explained it. Just Lagan just putting on the bracers immediately after Rune warning everyone.
Yeah, Lagan is just
Lagoon. Lagoon is just staring down Rune at this point. Sorry for combining the two names like that.
Ship name.
Lagoon is a goon. Lagoon.
Lagoon just staring down Rune is. Don't do that. You don't know that these aren't cursed, and Lagoon is just like, yeah, whatever.
But in general, like all of that between Rune also just fucking decimating that statue and everyone else just being like, and like just the overall, like that overarching kind of subplot between all of the players, where it's you got everyone who's saying like, should we not? Just the difference of ideals. Big fan of that.
So who's getting the best scene?
I want to give it to Lagoon.
Rune.
Oh, one for Lagoon, one for Rune.
One for Vanya.
One for Vanya. What you think, Kenwin? You're kind of in the midst of this in a bit of a tiebreaker.
Kind of against my character, but I kind of like it when Rune just destroyed the arm. Anyway, you know what I was saying.
Mojo, what was your thought?
Myself.
Oh, okay. So it's a toss-up between Rune and Lagoon. High or low?
You know, low. I gotta go low with your fucking dice, dude.
Is that the consensus?
Yeah.
Low.
Low it is. It is a low number. You both get it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at us.
And who had the best line?
I gotta go with Rune on that. You really shouldn't be doing this. You don't know if these are cursed.
Yes.
Is that the consensus, or has anybody got any other?
Trying to think if there were any solid quips. I think there was at least one solid quip earlier in the game, but I can't remember it at this point.
I didn't even check to see if there was somebody already doing the poll.
Wolf did, and Rune won it.
Ooh, Rune, you get the audience poll anyway.
Wow.
So, we are going up by 10, correct?
It's new level times 10. So if you're going up to level 3, it's 30.
I'm at level 4 now.
Oh. Damn.
Well, I would have been without the additional experience.
Hey, thank you, Martlet Games, for raiding the Cat Cafe. Welcome, everybody.
I think in this situation for best line, I'm gonna have to give it to Woden, because Kenwin having all of these like druidic terms has been actually really cool and immersive for me. So, like when he first started doing it, I didn't expect it. I'm like, what the hell? And then he did it again. And I'm like, that's cool. That's smart. Wow. I like that. I like that.
I dig it. Any other takers? I guess not.
Zero opinions.
So I guess Kidwin gets the best line vote.
Thank you.
All right. Perfect.
Okay,
and then Rune, you already marked that you got the audience experience. Yeah.
One experience.
Also, I'm finally at level 3. Thank God.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Level 3 and level 4. Who else is I'm guessing everybody's going to be leveling up for this round. But we'll definitely have to I'm posting the experience gain for everybody so that Pale and Quingar can both update their sheets as needed. Real quick, check the general in Discord. Rune with his opening his chassis and revealing the light. It's fucking funny.
Oh, God.
Lovely. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us for another episode of Rebirth, a D&D story. We're probably going to go raid one of our friends on Twitch. So let's go find out who we're going to go raid.
I'm going to have to go ahead and hop out before you end this, because Rega is here to change out the battery on his truck.
Oh, okay.
Catch y'all later.
I'll see you later.
Be well.
Alright, so
Take
come
care.
along with me to the Hero Zone, the best tabletop role-playing channel on the entirety of Twitch, as Maddie is the friendly local game store on Twitch in general. So let's go give him some love, because he's doing some feedback on the recent UA that came out for D&D called 1D&D, which has a character creation options out as a UA right now. So let's go give him a look, because we all need to be caught up on some of our lovely things here. So hope you all had a wonderful time watching as our party again struggled with everything. So but yes, if you missed anything, definitely check us out on YouTube, because we post all of our VODs on YouTube for free, so that you don't have to be a subscriber to take off all of the ads or whatever on Twitch. But we're very close to 100 subs on YouTube, so definitely check that out. And it is September, so subscriptions here on Twitch are at a discount. So if you feel like supporting the channel, now is the time to get a subscription, because when are you going to get it cheaper? So there you go. I'm doing a little bit of shilling for myself. It always feels weird. But let's go check out Maddie and see what his opinion is of the new UA when it comes to D&D. So have a great night, everyone. And is it Thursday yet?
Is it Thursday yet? Can we get Thursday? Can we get there again? Thank you.